Ma'am, you can open the mic and speak.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear. If you want to open your video, yeah, great. Now we can see also, ma'am.
You can see.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're there. It's good. I think audio is okay, no?
Yeah, audio is okay. And if you have PPT, you can try sharing so that, I mean, it is better if you are controlling. Otherwise, we will do it. Can you try share your screen, ma'am, and see?
More actions have to go.
There will be a share tray. From there, you can do, ma'am.
Where is this? Is the more actions? Open share tray.
Just beside mic option, there will be a share option, ma'am.
Yeah. I've seen share tray. You are a presenter. You can share the content.
Yeah. Just click Meg and then choose full screen. Or
just 1 minute. Oh, yeah. So then I have to open it in the screen and then I have to share it, right?
Not screen, just window you have to select, ma'am. Once you select the window,
I just go and do that. See, I have opened it now. Let me go to share screen. Achha, this is the share screen.
Yeah.
Oh, but here it is selected tab to share. What it is asking here?
So once
window.
Don't select window. You select the screen one. Two options, no, ma'am.
Entire screen.
Screen.
Entire screen.
Yeah, entire screen. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Then I have selected.
Selected, ma'am.
I have selected, but something is coming.
Just a moment, ma'am. Okay.
The entire screen I have selected.
And then there will be some OK or some button, ma'am.
Nothing is coming. It's only share. Share is in gray. Share system audio, no. It is coming as a gray.
Just
I cancelled it. See, share tray. I went to open share tray. I don't know. I'm not able to see that. Where is my PPT?
But the screen has not yet been shared, ma'am.
No, this is coming now. Open share tray. I went there.
If you open that, yeah.
So it has come. Then I have to select entire screen, no?
Yes, entire screen.
I have selected entire screen. Then nothing is coming here. Share, then it has to activate share. Share is not getting activated.
Yeah, it has come now, ma'am.
Now it has come. You are able to see.
Now, yes, I can see your screen. So just open your PPT, ma'am.
I've already opened the PPT.
Just open PPT, yes. Yeah.
Are you able to see now?
Yes. Can you go to slide mode? Yes, we can see full screen, ma'am. So it's all done.
Screen. It's okay?
Yeah.
You are able to see?
It's going to second slide and all. Yeah. Great, ma'am.
Why which will gap the slide is okay. No issues.
So it's coming well, yeah.
It's coming well?
Yes.
But anyhow, if I have some difficulty, you please share.
So I'll keep as a backup. So if you say that no, I should play, then I can do it from here.
Yes, I try. This is the
Thank you. So thank you. Then you can join around 2:30, ma'am. Maybe.
So I can leave this PPT like this. Then I.
Better that you keep it connected. Just mute your mic, ma'am. Mute your mic. So even you can unshare, ma'am, because other fellows will do no. So okay, thank you. video. नमस्कार सर।
आवाज आ रही है इसको?
हाँ सर, आवाज ठीक आ रही है सर।
ओके।
मैंने मेंबर टी ऑफिस में रिंग किया था सर, तो दे विल बी ज्वाइनिंग।
फॉरेन स्पीकर से
Good afternoon, Sinha sir.
हाँ,
Yes, so
नमस्ते
I'm in touch with I'm in touch with Yeshan. He is joining shortly, and Luis will also join on time.
दैट्स ग्रेट।
अशोक जी एक बार WPC में चेक कर लें क्या?
So I tested with Revati ma'am. So she was able to share the screen and all. So she would be joining. And Christopher sir, I have given a message just now.
Okay.
And member T office, I have informed. So their team would be connecting. So I'm just waiting for them.
Hello. Hi, everyone. This is Ishan.
Hey Shane, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you, Ashish?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, good
Yes,
afternoon.
thanks for joining, Ashok ji. Ishan is traveling and still he has managed to, join this
Great.
webinar.
No
Thank
problem.
you so much, Shan.
No problem. No, thank you very much for the sort of organization. I think hopefully it'll be good. And I think it looks like we have quite a few people already joining us. So yeah.
Yeah. So we still have 5-6 minutes.
Hmm.
Yeah. Let's wait, sir.
Sure.
So it looks like member T office have joined. So may I request if you can open the mic and test it? Anyone from member T office?
Hello, sir.
हाँ हाँ आपकी
सर ऑडियो वीडियो क्लियर है?
हाँ वीडियो ठीक है, आवाज भी ठीक है।
थैंक यू सर।
Thank you.
हाँ
Thank you.
देखो वीडियो इज द वीडियो क्लियर? नो, इसको थोड़ा सा बंद करना पड़ेगा बीच में।
गुड आफ्टरनून मैम।
गुड आफ्टरनून। इज द
थोड़ा
वीडियो
लाइट अपोजिट से लाइट आ रहा मैम इन केस।
हाँ बोल देते हैं, इसको बोल देते हैं। हाँ, इसको जरा बंद करना। Now, is it clear now?
Better ma'am, yes. It's much better.
Should be okay. Yes. वो वाला फाइल इसमें मत करो, ऊपर हटाइए।
Yes, I unmuted. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible now, sir. If you
Okay.
can open your video also, sir, so it will get checked, sir.
I did that.
Yes, sir, yes, we can see you now, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Revati ma'am has also joined. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ashok ji, Louis and Yishan, both from our side, have also joined.
Louis, and welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we still have, I think, 1 more minute. So we'll wait for that time. Sir,
Namaste, Revati madam.
Sir, it's 2:30. If you say we can start, or maybe we can wait for few 1 more minute, sir.
People are still joining quickly.
Yeah.
May take a minute or so.
Okay, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, madam.
Good
Wireless
evening.
advisor has just checked.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Christopher ji. Gunjan ma'am, good afternoon. Hello,
Good
Repti ma'am.
afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good
Good afternoon, everyone.
Jagdi.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
Shall we start?
Ma'am, technology, madam, if you permit, we can start.
Ma'am, shall we start?
Yeah. If everyone is ready, we can start.
Thank you, ma'am. So, respected member technology, Digital Communication Commission, Madam Gunjan Dave, respected Director General NTI PRIT Raju Sinha sir, Wireless Advisor Christopher sir, Joint Wireless Advisor Madam Revati, my colleagues, our esteemed speakers from GSMA, and my dear participants, good afternoon and warm welcome to this webinar on spectrum management. I am Ashok Kumar, DDG Wireless Access at NTI PRIT. As we all know, spectrum is key resource for mobile communications, and hence spectrum management is very important for any country, including our country, India, and as such, it has a global importance. So our topic is also spectrum management, and we have speakers rightly from WPC, Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing of Department of Telecommunications, and also expert speakers from GSMA. So let me briefly tell you about the session today. We have 5 sessions, so we'll be starting our session on the topic role of mid-band spectrum for 5G and beyond. And this session will be taken by Mr. Louis Philippe Jogby, Spectrum Engagement Director from GSMA. Our second session is on spectrum roadmap for IMT in India. This topic will be delivered by Wireless Advisor WPC Christopher sir. And third topic is on ITU WRC23 and spectrum roadmap. This topic will be taken by Mr. Waishen Chen, Director Spectrum APAC GSMA. And the fourth topic is on WRC23 strategy for India. This session will be taken by Madam Revati, Joint Wireless Advisor WPC DOT. Madam is also on Radio Regulatory Board of ITU. The fifth and the last but very important topic is on spectrum management for private networks. This topic will be taken by Mr. Assis Garg, also from GSMA. And then we'll finally have question answer and conclude. So with this, may I request our Director General, Sri Raju Sinha sir, for a formal welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashok. Welcome to all, and very good afternoon to all of you. We are delighted and privileged to have with us Member Technology Digital Communication Commission, Srimati Gunjan Dave Madam, who has kindly acceded to our request to inaugurate the session and be part of the program. Welcome, Madam. I also welcome senior officers and colleagues from DoT Headquarters, LSAs, WPC, TEC, TRAI, BSNL, MTNL, enterprises, institution, academia. I also welcome learned speaker in the session as also introduced, Mr. Luis Filippo Jogubi, Spectrum Engagement Director, GSMA. Mr. Yasin Chen, Director, Spectrum APAC, GSMA. My colleague, Christopher Saab, Mr. Vijay Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC. Learned Revati Madam, Senior DWA, DOT. And Sri Ashish Garg, Senior Spectrum and Policy Manager, South Asia, GSMA. I also welcome officers of NDA-BRIT, ladies and gentlemen. As you are aware, NDA-BRIT is regularly coming up with the webinars on various contemporary topics like 5G, cybersecurity, telecom security, IoT, advanced optical communications, blockchain technology, quantum computing, and many more. As awareness and discussion program. In the series of webinars, we assembled this afternoon for the on a very relevant and progressive topic, spectrum management, in association with GSMA. I would like to appreciate DDG Wireless NDA-BRIT and his team who have put in all efforts to organize this webinar. Participants, in few words, I would like to tell you why we organize this webinar. As you know, in an increasingly digital environment, adequate access to a spectrum is key to expanding the deployment and coverage of telecommunication network and addressing the ever-increasing demand for data services, as you all are aware. These networks support a variety of online applications, expanding the impact of spectrum management to several sectors of the economy by transforming the way people access resources for health, transportation, education, agriculture, employment, government, and financial services. The spectrum, as a scarce resource, requires proper management to ensure equitable access and interference-free environment among different users and services, as well as to introduce new technology. Accordingly, there is a need to strike the right balance between regulatory requirements that provide certainty and protect consumers, and the need to ensure flexibility for the development of new wireless technology. Key driver to this is technology innovations, because technology innovations allows a variety of applications to make use of broader range of frequency bands. For example, the need for 5G spectrum, which is using slicing in the network as a new concept, and NFV that allows the several service networks or slices to be served with the same physical infrastructure. So there is different kind of requirement of spectrum. Further advancement in the use of IoT, where billions of devices are going to be connected. In parallel, there is evolution of Wi-Fi, HAPS radio connectivity, non-geostationary orbit satellites, and many more. So the spectrum management is an important tool for government to optimize the use of a finite public resource. So effective spectrum management is needed to protect frequency used by critical services, identify opportunity to maximize its efficiency, and allow new technologies to develop and deploy within the flexible frameworks. So whether it is a roadmap, it is a management, or it is a standard, all these things are circulating around this criteria of government getting into involved on this. So here at NTA Print, we thought for this topic, and many calls were there to have this type of webinar again. So with this, we approached GSMA, Garg Saab, and they happily agreed to join the platform. And so this afternoon, we all are here. Normally, the NTA Print webinar is scheduled in the morning, but we have international speakers. We again welcome them. So to adjust the time zone, we are in the afternoon. So with these words, I again welcome you all to this most awaited webinar on spectrum management. Thank you. Over to the show.
Thank you, sir. And you rightly pointed out that for different use cases, we require different set of spectrum. You talked about various services, slicing, etc. So yes, different spectrums are required. So with this remarks, may I now request our member technology, Madam Dave, to deliver her inaugural address. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste. Good afternoon to all the participants. First of all, I congratulate and appreciate NTI Print for organizing this timely webinar of spectrum management. It's going to be a very good platform to hear from GSMA experts on various aspects of spectrum management, especially in view of the WRC 23, World Radio Communications Conference 2023, which is due to take place later this year. Today we have experts from DOT also. Shri Christopher, who is the wireless advisor to Government of India and heading WPC unit, and Mrs. Revati, joint wireless advisor. And she's also an elected member of ITU Radio Regulation Board. DOT's goals of spectrum management in India includes global harmonization and economies of scale, optimizing the use of the radio spectrum, avoiding and solving interference issues, enabling and promoting the new technologies, and coordination of wireless communication with neighboring countries. Nowadays, as you all know, the assignment of all kinds of spectrum is done through auctions in India. The recent 5G spectrum auction in India concluded successfully and in August last year, and out of 72 gigahertz of spectrum which was offered, almost 71% was acquired by operators, which was a mix of low, mid and high band frequency ranges to suit various 5G uses. Since then, India is rolling out 5G network, and it is the fastest 5G rollout in the world and expanding rapidly with a target of covering entire nation by 23-24, by end of 23-24. So this really creates more spectrum for 5G to go. WRC so far have played a very critical role in the mobile industry, which is now connecting more than 5 billion people globally. WRC 23 this year is a chance to build on that achievement by identifying spectrum that will help to expand the availability of affordable 5G services and ensure future growth and innovation. As WRC 23 is going to focus on mid-band spectrum for mobile, DOT is fully committed to the sector in ensuring additional mid-band spectrum for 5G services. Spectrum in mid-band frequency range is essential for 5G networks because they offer a balance between coverage and capacity. And as 5G grows in India, operators will need more mid-band frequency, and DOT is working towards it. I hope, and as far as the agenda of the today's session is concerned, speakers in this session will deliberate on this aspect, and we welcome all the suggestions and recommendations from global. Another critical issue that is going to be dwelt upon today is the spectrum management for private networks. Private networks are integral part for success of 5G use cases. because they are enabling industrial applications, logistic hubs, local campus networks, and many more. As spectrum is a limited resource, we certainly need to find out a market-driven approach that encourages collaboration amongst stakeholders to bring out the best outcome for spectrum users and consumers alike. With this, I declare the webinar open and wish for its success with all possible support from the DoT. Looking forward to hearing from all the experts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for telling us about important role which DoT is playing in harmonizing the spectrum related aspect. And you also told about the recent 5G successful auction done by DoT, wherein all the mix of 3 bands, low and mid and higher band, was acquired by all our operator. And you also rightly pointed out that, ma'am, that India is rolling out 5G fastest in the world. Recently, Minister told that every 6 minutes we are rolling out one base station, ma'am. And one more aspect about mid-band, importance of mid-band, you told, ma'am, wherein operators going forward may require more spectrum in the mid-band, which in this forum will be deliberating, will be requesting our distinguished speakers to deliberate on that topic. In fact, we have session related to that. So thank you so much, ma'am, for giving insight. And before we start the session, I would like to introduce our expert speakers. So from GSMA and from WPC. So just give me a moment. I'll try to share my screen. So may I request Dikshu Yadav from my team that she would introduce all the speakers. So Dikshu, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Madam Member Technology Digital Communications Commission, Sir Director General NTI-PRID, Deputy Director General Wireless Access NTI-PRID, all the esteemed dignitaries, all the senior officers and one and all present in the meeting, very good afternoon to all. Here is to give a brief account on today's eminent speakers for the webinar. Firstly, we have with us is Wireless Advisor WPC, Christopher sir. Sir's scope include planning, engineering, regulating, managing and monitoring the natural resources, which is limited as we talk about the spectrum of radio frequency spectrum and satellite orbits, which includes both geostationary as well as non-geostationary orbit for India. Sir will be taking the session on spectrum roadmap for IMT in India. Next, we have with us Madam. She is an officer of Indian Radio Regulatory Services IRS cadre. Madam is currently Joint Wireless Advisor WPC. And ma'am will be taking session on WRC strategy for India. Ma'am is recently elected as a member of Radio Regulatory Board of ITU. She has already been representing as frequency expert from Asia Pacific region, which is region 3rd in Frequency Working Party FWP of International Telecommunication Satellite Organization headquartered at Washington. Next, we have with us the speaker. He is Spectrum Engagement Director, GSMA. Sir works as Spectrum Engagement Director at GSMA, and he's working towards global and regional advance of spectrum issues such as licensing, roadmaps, pricing, sharing, synchronization, coverage, and 5G international advocacy. Sir leads the GSMA campaign to gain access to harmonized spectrum for mobile broadband, working with a team of regional experts for delivering of spectrum policy and licensing best practices to key markets across the globe. Sir will be taking session today on role of mid-band spectrum for 5G and beyond. Next, we have with us today is Director Spectrum APAC GSMA. Sir has specialization in policy regulatory issues in TMT sector. Sir's experience includes radio spectrum policy and management, digital broadcasting, economic regulation of telecommunications infrastructure, and competition issues in the communications and audiovisual markets. Sir will be taking the sessions upon role of mid-band spectrum for 5G and beyond. Next we have with us today is Ashish Garg sir. Sir is Senior Spectrum and Policy Manager South Asia for GSMA. Before joining GSMA, sir held various positions in ICT sector, including with Reliance, Etisalat, Samsung Networks, and industry associations, including telecom infra providers. In these roles, sir was responsible for delivering projects in spectrum management, digital infra, broadband penetration, sectoral taxation, etc. And sir will be taking the session on spectrum management for private network. Then, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. May I please hand over to Ashok, sir?
Thank you, Dikshu. And this is the time to start the session. So with permission of member T, will be starting the session. So may I now request our first speaker, Mr. Luis, who will be taking session on role of mid-band spectrum for 5G and beyond. And before I actually hand it over to Luis, let me tell certain housekeeping rules for our participants. So, dear participants, this platform allows you to ask question in the chat box. In case you have any question, please do write that in the chat box. And I request our esteemed speaker that while they are presenting, they may not be able to see perhaps the chat if they are on the full screen, but after the session, they can respond to those chat in the chat box itself. Few of the questions we may take up and request you to speak about, but rest of the question perhaps you can take it in the chat box itself, so that we are in time and we are able to proceed further. So thank you so much, dear speakers and participants. Now I hand it over to Mr. Luis. Luis, if you want to share the screen.
Of course, I'll share my screen right now. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We can see your screen, Mr. Luis. Yeah, great.
No, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. As I just said, it is a pleasure and honor to be here today, talking a little bit about the role of mid-band spectrum, and a little bit of what we've been studying as GSMA from spectrum needs perspective, what we expect from 5G throughout this decade and beyond, and of course, making myself available here for any questions that may arise. So I would like to start with something that probably all of you have heard before, but it's always good to bring this up to our minds whenever it comes to why 5G is so important and why we believe 5G is not an evolution, but a revolution. So while 2G was about calls and texts, 3G was able to stop data and sending small messages, emails, etc., pictures. While we were in 5G, let's say now we are in 5G, while we were in 4G, that's when mobile broadband actually arrived and when applications were designed to adapt to the network. Now, what's the biggest difference between 4G and 5G? 5G has the ability of the network adapting to the application. That's why it's not just because we have ultra high speeds, ultra low latency, and new applications that it will be only the high speed and low latency. It is also the capability of adapting to the application. And what do we see as use cases, as we generally like talking about, but it's always good to remember, to remind us about it. So whenever we talk about 5G, we're talking about a revolution. And that revolution is about remote manipulation, high-speed broadband for the home, as well as for our own devices, virtual reality meetings, and augmented reality as well. Industrial automation that is a little bit different than remote manipulation because it is all about the full industrial automation, while remote manipulation could also include, for example, remote surgery. Also, it's easier to do quick and temporary deployments. And of course, we cannot forget about all the smart city capabilities such as next generation transportation and connectivity. So it's also going to benefit education, agriculture, lots of other things that will benefit from. And we cannot forget that 5G is a revolution. But for that to be possible, we need spectrum. What we've seen within millimeter waves, mid bands, and low bands, the total amount 5G will impact just in 2030 is almost $1 trillion. So that means just at the end of this decade, in one single year, 5G will bring to the economy as GDP impact almost $1 trillion. But for those $961 billion to be possible, we need the right amount of spectrum. And we analyzed, especially on mid bands, if in case we didn't have the right amount of spectrum available, what would be the GDP loss? And the GDP loss would be of 40%. That's why it's important for us to look into all the possibilities within the mid bands for us to get to the right amount of spectrum needed. So whenever we talk about spectrum needs, just a sneak peek about other bands as well, when you talk about low bands, we haven't found any specific number to show spectrum needs. Demand will always be higher than the supply, and low bands are incredibly important for the development is specifically for the ones that would not have access to the quality of service of 5G or the 5G capabilities in remote areas. Whenever we go to the other side of millimeter waves, we are talking about hotspots, we're talking about 5G only, and dense urban areas, as well as FWA within other parts and localized usage. So, and for that, that higher part of the bands, we are thinking that based on the analysis that we did, 5 gigahertz of spectrum would be needed for this decade. But this session is about the mid bands. And whenever we get to mid bands, we have done a study that does detail the reason behind those 2 gigahertz that I'm going to show in a second. So what did we do? Looking into the 5G vision from the ITU, so the requirements of IMT 2020, we've chosen the most conservative one that is 100 megabits per second downlink and 50 megabits per second uplink. User experience data at any time, anywhere, while on the move. Of course, for us to analyze that possibility, so we're moving from an analysis of traffic and we're going into the population density and traffic density analysis in this case. We looked into 36 different cities around the world, population density of those areas, all the spectrum that was set to be available by 2025. So that includes the spectrum available by now, plus the plans for each of the governments that rule the spectrum licensing in those specific areas. The intersite distance of 400 meters. So it's important to say that we've been very conservative whenever it came to intersite distance. We know that, for example, Manhattan or Tokyo, they do have intersite distances that are even lower than 400 meters, but we used 400 meters for this one. Then we also considered that every single midband would be used for 5G, would have had MIMO upgrades, and would be using small cells additionally. And whenever it came to the offload, we looked into offloading to high bands, indoor small cells, and Wi-Fi. And the last important thing to mention here is one thing called the cellular network activity factor. The cellular network activity factor is the percentage of users at the same time requiring those 100 megabits per second downlink and or 50 megabits per second uplink. So that means we don't believe that every single user will need at the same time this requirement of 5G. So to be conservative, this goes from 10 to 25, 30%, depending on the development of 5G and the city that we're talking about. So we also applied the cellular network activity factor for that matter. And what did we get with those results? 2 gigahertz of mid-band spectrum would be needed until 2030 in the full range of mid-bands. So that means from 1 to 7 gigahertz. What we realize is that in densely populated cities, 2 gigahertz would be necessary, and it's not even possible to do anything outside of that. Whenever it comes to not making that spectrum available, already talked about losing 40% of GDP, but also there is a risk that the IMT 2020 requirements will not be met. One possibility, of course, that we studied is if we had additional base stations. In most cases, it would not be possible to add as many base stations as required for the same possibilities that 2 gigahertz of spectrum would bring. But worse than that, the carbon footprint would be 3 times higher, up to 3 times higher, without the right amount of spectrum. So it's also important to remember that additional base stations also require additional investments, and therefore the quality of the service and the coverage would not be the same as if we had the right amount of spectrum. And the last one is fixed wireless access. So we talked about densely populated areas, 2 gigahertz. We talk about cities around those densely populated areas that would have higher quality of service and better coverage as well whenever it comes to 5G. But whenever we go into fixed wireless access, we have also analyzed that if you have 2 gigahertz of spectrum, in most cases for small towns, we're not talking about rural here. Rural is something that will go with low bands. It's talking about small towns. Sometimes with one single base station, you could cover the whole city with 5G fiber-like speeds FWA. So that means for a fraction of the cost of doing fiberization to the home, it would be able to deliver FWA to a small town. So that's also a great benefit of those 2 gigahertz of mid-band spectrum that we talk about. But where are those 2 gigahertz coming from? So if you look into the graph on the top, you will see all the possibilities that we currently have. On the left-hand side, all the ones that you know already and that you have available there in India. And then when you go upper, so the upper 3.5 plus 4.8 plus 6 gigahertz would be incredibly necessary. So let's look at the maths on the graph in the graph below. For us to get to the 2 gigahertz, we have the current 1.1 gigahertz of spectrum possibly to be made available internationally. We still have a shortfall of 850 to get to the 2 gigahertz. And even if we add the full 48499 and 38242 to that, we still have a shortfall of 260 megahertz. That means without 6 gigahertz, it will be incredibly challenging to achieve the 2 gigahertz that we need to the end of the decade. So if we, for example, we use the upper part of 6 gigahertz, that gives us up to 700 megahertz. 3842, that gives us up to 400 megahertz. And 48499, that gives us up to 190. Then we have the flexibility of what we would prioritize for this decade, and therefore have all the capabilities of 5G unlocked. And then we get into the discussion on the 6 gigahertz band. What's currently happening around the world? Of course, this is the first discussion where it started. So whenever we talk about the lower part, 5925 to 6425, we're talking about the potential use for unlicensed or for licensed. There is a big discussion whenever it comes to the upper part as well. That is under the WRC-20T discussions in Region 1, as well as the 7025 to 7125. That is a global discussion. What has happened until now? The United States have decided to go fully unlicensed, and China has decided to go fully licensed. Around the world, the decisions have been different. Europe has decided to go unlicensed at the lower part and wait for WRC-23 to take the decisions on the upper part. That also is the situation of Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Africa, Chile, Mexico. So most countries of the world that have taken decisions on the 6 gigahertz band have taken the decision for the balanced approach. That does wait for WRC-23 to take the decision about the upper part. And that means we still have the possibility of guaranteeing good quality 5G throughout this decade with those 700 megahertz of 6 gigahertz available. In lots of cases, the full band will be what's necessary for IMT 5G. Each country has to decide what's the best approach. And we have done a specific study to analyze this. So before we go into the study that we did to analyze those possibilities, I'd like to remind you why 6 gigahertz is important as a summary. It is already mobile allocated globally. That's why it can be used for IMT at any point. It has a good balance between coverage and capacity, as it's a mid-band. But importantly, it has large contiguous blocks, and I'll also show you why the benefits of large contiguous blocks is incredibly important. Also, economies of scale. I'm also going to present you a little bit about the ecosystem work that we have been working, what we've been doing currently with different stakeholders, so you understand when this ecosystem will be available. But also the 3GPP developments that have happened for the lower part and the upper part with band names currently. So basically, we also have demand coming from FWA, smart cities, mobile broadband, and 6 gigahertz will be ready soon, and I'll show you in a second. I'm not going to go into detail all the sharing studies, but they are very, very positive whenever it comes to WRC. First, as I mentioned, contiguous large blocks. Contiguous large blocks have, the larger the block, the lower the cost per bit. As well as whenever it comes to larger blocks, you're also talking about a gain of a loss, of course, shorted like let's compare 100 megahertz to 50 plus 50. If we go to 50 plus 50, you have up to 15% of capacity loss, as well as consumption of up to 90% more of energy whenever it comes to this. So, for example, if you look into different types of how to make the assignment work, having small blocks per operator and mix them is worse than having them contiguous. But it's not the biggest message here. The biggest message here is that 6 gigahertz is the last possible opportunity in mid-bands and the last possible opportunity of contiguity of the spectrum as well. And this is the work that we did. So we looked into 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 on licensed 5G. Scenario 2 on licensed exempt Wi-Fi. And then scenario 3 as hybrid, the lower part going for unlicensed and the higher part going for licensed. So we studied 24 different countries around the world. Actually, we've been adding more countries to that analysis, so it's 26 now. And there are 2 big findings. For all countries that we studied, the biggest benefit will never come from the licensed exempt opportunity. And I'll explain you why in a second. As well as there is no found benefit for most countries, even whenever it comes to the hybrid opportunity. But at the same time, we still believe that the decisions on the hybrid opportunity can be also taken based on the country policy objectives. But what is behind those results? Behind those results, we see the availability of fixed infrastructure. Wi-Fi is not a connectivity by itself. Wi-Fi requires fixed infrastructure to be possible. And for Wi-Fi 6E or 7, that's what's delivered within the 6 gigahertz range, you would need at least 5 gigabits per second delivered to the user for this to make sense. In some cases, for the socioeconomic benefits to start, you would need 10 gigabits per second. Why? Because in fiberized countries, they are not using the full amount of 5 gigahertz, for example, you can still deliver 7 gigabits per second with Wi-Fi 6 in 5 gigahertz. So the only benefit to society would be for people that do have fiber to the home and to the ones that have money to do so. So that means you would be benefiting more the ones that benefit from fixed access and better quality fixed infrastructure than the ones that would benefit from mobile connectivity that is in this case can be even faster but also more affordable. So the biggest message here is that the socioeconomic benefits starts whenever it comes to licensed exempt, whenever speeds go generally over 10 gigabits per second to the user. And that's very high. It's something that we've never seen anywhere around the world. Some countries are developing fiber to the home in very specific places around the world, especially the ones that took decisions on going license exempt. But other than that, we can see that this is possible whenever it comes to most countries of the world. And what do we see on the development principles of 6 gigahertz? No technical barriers. You will be using the same grid as 3.5. So that is nothing to stop 6 gigahertz ecosystem to be made available. The ecosystem readiness are currently based on demand. So that means the key players in the market, and we have talked to all of them, including the ones that support 6 gigahertz for Wi-Fi, they will be ready whenever there's customer demand. And what are the demand triggers? National decisions and WRC 23. So we are almost there. And the timeline will be 6 to 12 months after these triggers are triggered. So what do we see as timeline? We see that prototyping, simulation, and testing have been happening until now. Actually, they have been very good. So there have been tests in Thailand, Brazil, Italy, Germany, France, UAE, and they continue to happen around the world. And all tests have been showing the behavior of 6 gigahertz to be exactly the same as 3.5 with the developments of the radio. So that is incredibly important to mention that. Whenever it comes to 3GPP, band N104 is already existing on resolution 17. So that means release 17, apologies. And that it has been completed. So the upper part of the band is already 3GPP compliant. And the NR band N105 has also been scheduled for release 18. So that means it's coming at the end of this year into 2024. And we expect IMT identification now in WRC 23. So that means the product development and first wave of equipment happens in 2024 and available at scale in 2025. So that means the commercial rollout of 6G networks by MNOs will happen throughout the second half of this decade. And it's very nice to see such a good timeline for 6 gigahertz and the commitment of vendors, chipset makers, and the operators that said, none of the operators in our study said that they are not interested in 6 gigahertz. 96% said very or extremely interested in 6 gigahertz. So that's incredibly important for the results, and one of the only bands we have ever seen such a result in our research. But then we do, just to finalize my last line, we're doing this all for the benefit of billions. This is our campaign, and you see that Yisheng is going to bring a lot of details on the mid-band and WRC 23, the discussions that are happening in WRC 23. But our campaign this year is for the benefit of billions. We are in such an important year for spectrum. And so it's for the benefit of billions via education, health, industry, laughter, family. It's all related to mobile. So I'd like to thank everybody again and make myself available if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Luis, for wonderful presentation. You talked about how 5G will impact our economy by 2030. You said $1 trillion impact of 5G. That's great. The second thing which we understood is like the 5G will require more spectrum in mid-band, and your estimate is about 2 gigahertz. And you also said that primarily that 2 gigahertz will come from 6 gigahertz band, where there are other stakeholders also, licensed band, unlicensed band, things are going on. So maybe a decision would be required by every country that how much spectrum they are making it licensed and for IMT. So thank you so much for that. And you also said that contiguous spectrum is key and it has got benefit instead of having a small chunk of spectrum given. And you also talked about that FWA kind of environment where every home can be given a fiber-like speed with a very minimal kind of infrastructure base stations, 5G base station in a smaller cities, and what benefit it will bring in terms of energy consumption, other cost, carbon footprint, and so on. So very brilliant presentation, Mr. Lewis. I have one question if you...
Of course.
Yeah. So in India, I think all of you would be aware that in India, we have auctioned spectrum for 5G and our operators have acquired a good chunk of spectrum. So in mid-band 100 megahertz spectrum they have acquired and 78 band. And in 26 gigahertz, 1000 megahertz and some operators more. And in lower band, either they already have or they have acquired 10, 20 megahertz of the spectrum. So my question is that, is this sufficient or at least sufficient for certain number of years for a country like India, where we have 1.3 billion population and very large geography? Something about it.
No, I think I cannot say it is sufficient, but, and I'll get there in a second, but I can say it was a great step towards the benefit of billions that I just mentioned that India took whenever operators had the availability of 100 megahertz per operator in 3.5. It is a great start. And we see that with the developments that India has been showing, comparing to other places of the world, on the development of the networks, the availability of 5G, and then we see 5G standalone, non-standalone developments in different parts, not just in big cities, but all around the country. So I have to say that India has taken a step forward that was a lot faster than other places around the world, and it was very welcomed. On the other side, the availability of spectrum that we have now will not be enough to the end of the decade. So looking into the 6 gigahertz, as I mentioned, is incredibly important. And in any expansions that are in 3.5 gigahertz that we know can be a possibility for India as well. But you also mentioned low bands. We know that the availability of low bands will be incredibly important for the development of 5G for the ones that cannot afford 5G that is delivered by mid-bands, for example, and places where you cannot reach without mid-bands. So the development of the 6 gigahertz, 600 megahertz availability in the auction was a great step forward as well. And we believe that the changes that need to be made towards the actual availability of 600 whenever it comes to interest the market, and I think it will happen throughout this decade, will be incredibly important, because then you can develop 5G to more and more people. So I think that's a good point to make. And of course, within that, the very important thing is always pricing. And I think this is something we cannot forget. Spectrum pricing, the lower it is, the higher the quality of service, the higher the coverage, as well as the lower the service costs to the consumer. So this is also a way for that spectrum to be made available, operators to have interest, and more people to be benefited.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lewis. And there are a few more questions in the chat box. I think 4 questions, and that looks very relevant. So, but in the interest of time, may I request you, in case you can answer those in the chat box itself, so that I proceed and have the next session?
Of course, we'll do it now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I invite our wireless advisor, WPC Department of Telecom, Christopher Sir, for delivering his session on Spectrum Roadmap for IMT in India. I think it's rightly placed session, sir. So over to you. Do you like to present, sir? Will be speaking, sir?
Thank you, Ashok Kumar ji. I think I have nothing to present as such. I will be only talking, so I may not get the screen shared.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So let me start. Respected member technology, Srimati Gunjan Dave Madam, Sri Raju Sinha, and my colleague Revati, and speakers from GSMA, and those who are participating in this program. A very good evening to all of you. And I would like to thank NTI-PRIT and GSMA for giving me this honor to speak on the spectrum roadmap for India, for IMT. My previous speaker, Mr. Luis, has covered a general idea about the mid-band spectrum, where we are also sensitized about that subject, which is currently under discussion about the 6 gigahertz band. And yes, more spectrum, more better delivery, like you say, more pixel, better picture. So if we have got more spectrum, technically our job will be easy. But the problem is limited resources and there are competing requirements. That is the reason we are auctioning the spectrum when demand is more than this supply. Anyway, India is now is almost becoming a developed country and experiencing an accelerated growth on all fronts. Telecommunication is proving to be the significant growth engine in India's growth journey with the expansion in cellular technology and in the internet. And as far as the subscribers worldwide, we are also stand very high. So that is because of this revolution in this mobile technology, 3G, 4G, 5G, and now we are flourishing towards 6G. Mobile telecommunication, as you know, play a very vital role in our lives, from emergency service to our ever-connected personal lives. And the demand for innovative services is growing. First of all, let me elaborate the factors that are considered critical when we talk about IMT spectrum. When we think of identifying new spectrum, the first point that we have to consider is the harmonization. Spectrum harmonization as defined by ITU in the context of IMT part. It refers to the process of establishing consistent and coordinated use of frequencies across different regions around the world. This is crucial for IMT because it allows, as my previous speaker also said, international roaming, enhances economies of scale, and minimize potential interference among different radio systems. These are the primary goals of a harmonization. India is also a part of a regional APT region, as you know, for the spectrum, and next comes as part of the ITU world ecosystem. So we cannot stand alone. We have to be part of this. So we need to have regional harmonization, and then comes global harmonization. Secondly, when discussing spectrum harmonization on international level, we must also be aware about the challenges, because internationally we have terrestrial and satellite services. They will be competing in many spectrum applications. So it is a complex task. We must be aware about that. Additionally, we have also national priorities like national economy versus security concerns of the ministries. That may also cause friction in this harmonization process. But such impediments has to be ironed out nationally among the different stakeholders. And we are in consultation with different ministries to reduce this, differences in spectrum harmonization and reforming of the spectrum. Because some of the spectrums are held by other non-IMT users. Thirdly, as we develop our spectrum roadmap, it is important to remember that the future of mobile telecommunication hinges on flexible and adaptive approach. That means we have to have a united efforts on global scale. Then only we can ensure that it will provide opportunities for all. Now, when we come to the regulation process that is undertaken by ITUR and regionally by APT, I will just mention some of the things. According to Working Party 5D, that is the current working party assigned with the expansion of 6G. Coming out with the recommendation for 6G. They have released a report titled Future Technology Trends for Terrestrial IMT System towards 2030 and beyond. This was released in November 22. It offers considerable insights into the industry trends and new technological developments on the horizon. Now, after that, I think the ITU has started the work on the framework for the mobile technologies. This framework, prepare for a future where the seamless connectivity can be achieved. So they have released another document called IMT Framework for 2030 and beyond, which lay out the correct roadmap for our industry in the coming years. In this anticipation of these things, I think this 44th meeting is going to be held in June. They are going to, deliberate and finalize this framework. So it is essential that we work together on a global scale to promote interconnectivity and unity across borders. Now, after this is finalized and this is fixed in this meeting, I think next stage is for the defining the specifications for this, which will start, I think, in the 2024 meeting or 45th meeting of 5D. So this standardization process, take us towards harmonization between IMT technologies and spectrum at the international level, so that we get aligned and we can work together so that all stakeholders from government and industries come together as communities. Now, when we come to our national levels, what are the things that is going on in DOT that I will just give a brief idea. See, DOT has got a National Preparatory Committee called NPC for WRC. This has been carrying out continuously consultation with stakeholders. Indian views on these various WRC agendas were advocated at the ITU in the CPM meeting which was held in February this year, and among the APT member countries in the APG 23 5th meeting held in the first quarter of 23. So all these issues, wherever spectrum is in need and spectrum come as the prominence, we have all discussed with these stakeholders, and we are taking it to the these forums about what our industry and nation wants. So NPC preparations are currently underway for the final and concluding meeting, which is, I think, APG 23 6th, scheduled in August in Australia. This meeting will deliberate and come out with called PACPs, that is called draft, provisional APT common proposal. This will be converted into APT common proposal after acceptance by 25% of this APT member states. So in this, main agenda, most of the items like WRC agenda item 1.1, which is corresponding to 4800 to 4990 megahertz, and agenda item 1.2, which deals with 3 gigahertz issue, 6 gigahertz issue, 7 gigahertz issue, and 10 gigahertz issues, which are all important for the identification of new IMT spectrum. We are actively discussing this with all the stakeholders, and probably we will be able to join the bandwagon of this APT common proposal. See, when we are joining an APT common proposal, that will have the benefit when we go to the WRC, so that we will get a stable platform there. Now, to assure 6G in our country, I think there is a 6G vision document also have been recently published by DOT. You may be aware about this. This vision aimed to address several key challenges faced by current networks. like increased data transfer speed, ultra reliable, low latency communication, enhanced energy efficiency, and ultimately bridging the digital divide between urban and rural areas. And a 6G alliance of multiple stakeholders has also been announced by the government towards building this momentum. So we need a strong collaboration among academia, industry players, and government organization, R&D, etc. Towards achieving this, to move ahead for this journey. Now I will come to the spectrum situation as existing and planned ahead, which you may be more interested in this. See, as you are aware, spectrum has been auctioned from 2010 onwards with regards to the technology prevailed at that time, IMD 2000, IMD Advanced, IMD 2020, which respectively refer to 3G, 4G, and 5G. Sub-gigahertz bands in the 600, 700, 800, 900 megahertz has been facilitated by reforming from the non-IMT users. Also, spectrum in 1800, 2100, 2300, 2500 megahertz also put to auction in the 9 auctions held so far by DOT. And about the 5G auction recently concluded in July, we have also auctioned 3300 and millimeter wave band also, which is from 24.25 to 27.5 gigahertz. This is a significant milestone, but our work is far from over. Looking ahead, for the 6G, now we must continue to identify additional IMT spectrum in the higher frequency ranges. We have already plans to assess and allocate spectrum resources within several key frequency ranges like 586 to 612 megahertz, 37 to 43.5 gigahertz, 47.2 to 48 gigahertz, and 66 to 71 gigahertz. These some of the bands are already identified for IMT by the WRC-19. Besides, we have also making available V-band and E-band. V-band is from 57 to 66 gigahertz, and E-band is 71, 76, and 81 to 86 gigahertz spectrum. The reference has been sent to TRAI in August last year. We are awaiting their consultation and recommendation. This will aim to address the backhaul capacity issues of TSPs, which is also critical for this 5G technology. And interim basis also, we have given them 2 carriers of 250 megahertz in the E-band. This offer extends to LSCs wherever TSPs are holding the access spectrum. We can ensure that service providers will have the bandwidth needed to deliver efficient communication solution. Now DOT has also taken another step, to open up terahertz band beyond 95 gigahertz to 1000 gigahertz, or more than that also. This forward thinking initiative, this actually we have proposed as an experimentation through this different experimental spectrum sandbox or something like that. This forward thinking initiative will not only provide momentum, but also stimulate the development of technology use cases in terahertz in this frequency range. And further, in the mid-band 1 to 7 gigahertz offer good combination of coverage and capacity that cannot be denied. Hence, DOT is working on further identifying new spectrum. There are 3-dimensional demands, for 6 gigahertz spectrum from the satellite users, Wi-Fi users, and IMT users. So some committees are all discussing these issues, especially 6 gigahertz. WPC will soon come out with a recommendation to consider usage of this frequency band. This has to be done without constraining the existing satellite usage in this band. because this band is predominantly used by TV, RO and VSAT users, VSAT operators. Then, TRAI has also come out with a consultation paper for dispensing satellite spectrum, where it is also exploring the possibility of introducing flexible spectrum use from 27.5 to 29.5. You might have seen in the consultation paper. So these are the development, partly technical. As technology advances, this flexible use may, further expand, and we will be able to, use the same spectrum for satellite or IMT. This may happen in the future. And new bands like 7 to 24 are also being explored. I think 7 to 15 is being focused these days. If proven technologies are developed in these areas, new spectrum bands can be carved out. So these are the certain things, as far as the spectrum is concerned, we are taking towards we are responding to the needs of the industry. Now, I will conclude. It is with concerted efforts of all stakeholders that we are able to progress so far. So in this scheme of things, DoT never shied away from the challenges in identifying and earmarking of spectrum for IMD technologies, which directly or indirectly contribute to the economy of the nation. I thank you for all the collaboration and involvement and cooperation in this exercise. Together we can innovate, standardize, and contribute to the global standard. So I hope this webinar will be successful and in achieving its goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for giving insight about spectrum roadmap which India is pursuing, particularly Department of Telecom is pursuing. Sir, you rightly said that the 6 gigahertz band, there are many stakeholders, including mobile industry, IMT, satellite, Wi-Fi, at least the 3, and India is taking its, discussing it and taking it to view, and maybe in coming times we'll have our own policy on this. Sir, you also talked about various other requirement spectrum for other sector, that is satellite and spectrum, which are currently held by different other stakeholders, from which we are pursuing and trying to harmonize so that more and more spectrum becomes available for IMT. Sir, you talked about IMT vision and framework for 2030, which ITU is working upon, and by June this year they may release that particular document, and that will give way for 6G or IMT 2030. Sir, you also talked about opening of a spectrum band in terahertz band, which India is trying to do, and also many other band in gigahertz spectrum is being worked upon, sir. So you gave a lot of insight about, and also you talked about the views of India related to our strategy at WRC, which we are discussing at various forum, and finally we'll take it up to the WRC. So thank you so much for giving deep insight into all the aspect of spectrum which is being handled at DoT. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So now, thank you, sir. So now our next session is about ITU WRC 23 and spectrum roadmap, which will be taken by Vaisen Chen from GSMA. So may I request Mr. Chen to kindly share your screen, and please go ahead. And I also thank Mr. Luis for answering questions in the chat box. So thank you so much, sir. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can see your screen and your sound is clear to us.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again for the invitation for this webinar, and it's a pleasure to be here to join you today. And obviously, thank you for taking time to join us on the webinar, for all participants and sort of speakers. And I hope to use the next few minutes to share with you the perspectives of the mobile industry in terms of why WRC 23 is so important, and in terms of setting out the roadmap for future spectrum that will help sort of enable mobile to continue to grow and sort of enable the benefits of billions that Luis has already mentioned. So I think let me just start with some context in terms of where we are, where we see 5G going, and this will help us understand what the spectrum needs are, because we all understand and we all know that spectrum is a very scarce and critical resource. There are multiple different stakeholders involved, and different industry will all have their claims to try and access the spectrum to make sure that industry grows. From the mobile industry perspective, I think we need to understand what is at stake. And in order for us to understand that, we need to ask ourselves where we are right now and where we see ourselves going over the rest of this decade and also potentially beyond. So we know that today there are about 5.4 billion mobile subscribers globally. In terms of the total number of 5G connections, I think Luis has already mentioned this is the fastest growing generation compared to all the previous generations that we've seen. 5G has grown really quickly in the last 3 or 4 years since it was launched. So as of this year, there are around 1.5 billion 5G connections already, and this will continue to grow. Therefore, as we look across the rest of this decade, as spectrum planners like yourselves, you need to start thinking where do we need in terms of the resources? Well, we need the resources in terms of supporting the growth of 5G. So as of 2023, the start of this year, there are just over 1 billion 5G connections. By the end of this decade, we expect that to triple to over 3 billion. And that's when we see the sort of peak of 5G coming in. And that's where we need to start thinking about, what are the spectrum resources and whether these spectrum resources that we have today are able to support that. And if that's not sufficient, we need to start thinking today in terms of what we need going forwards. So we know that by 2030, 5G will come under increasing pressure as demand grows. And that means that the productivity improvements, the sort of use cases and benefits that we see could be at stake if we do not have sufficient spectrum resources to support them. That's where we see if there isn't sufficient spectrum resources coming on board, we may see impact in terms of 5G speeds, 5G quality of service being impacted. And that obviously has a knock-on impact on consumer experience, how enterprises are able to make use of the spectrum, and that has an impact on the economic growth that 5G can deliver. So 5G needs space to grow. And the solution we see is there at WRC 23, and that's where we need to sort of think carefully in terms of some of the decisions that we will be making at the end of this year. So just looking maybe a bit closer at where we are in India, because with the successful auction last year and the commercial launch of 5G, India is at the start of this journey, and this will be a sort of long journey over a number of years. But we've seen that rollout is very rapid, as we've heard earlier. So we see in terms of the demand and the sort of adoption of 5G in India growing very rapidly over the next few years. So by the end of this decade, our estimates based on the GSMA intelligence forecast, we expect to see over 40%, more than a third of total connections in India will be 5G connections. And this will continue obviously to grow beyond 2030. So by that time, the amount of traffic will be much more significant, particularly considering what we've seen internationally, the amount of data consumption that 5G users tend to consume on average. We see that at least 2 to 3 times higher than the average 4G connection. So that means that as 5G picks up, the data traffic growth is going to grow even faster. So we need to start thinking where we can find the additional capacity that will be necessary as 5G expands and matures towards the rest of this decade. So that's where WRC 23 comes in. It's a decisive year for 5G spectrum allocation, particularly in the low bands, and the mid bands. So I will just talk more broadly about global developments, but also can then zoom in on some of the discussions that are going on within Region 3 itself. So looking across globally in Regions 1, 2, and 3, there are a number of different sort of bands that are being considered. So there is obviously the low bands that's being discussed under Agenda 1.5 in Region 1, but also there are a significant number of mid-band spectrum across 3.5 gigahertz range and 448 to 499, as well as the 6 gigahertz band. So these are all crucial mid-band spectrum resources, which could potentially be sort of either identified for IMT, but also in terms of upgrading the allocation to a primary mobile allocation to allow greater harmonization and economies of scale. And that will be very important. Even though India has already taken steps to release 3.5 gigahertz, obviously the better, the more globally harmonized the sort of band is, obviously this will help in terms of operators, in terms of the affordability of equipment and affordability of devices that make use of this band, and ultimately that will help improve take. So that's we see as very important, even though under Region 3, these bands are not explicitly being considered within the scope of WRC 23. Elsewhere, there's 448 to 499. This is a global sort of agenda item. This is looking at the sort of sharing between IMT and aeronautical and maritime mobile services and what condition for protection. Again, this is a band that has already been identified for IMT in some countries, but looking at some of the conditions, and we believe that conditions, if they are as conducive as possible in terms of potential relaxation of these conditions or removal of stringent conditions, will help enable the ecosystem to grow broader and also support mobile use and additional mid-band spectrum resource in this frequency range. Then we obviously have the 6 gigahertz band, which will be key. We've already heard previously from Luis in terms of this is a key band because of the need for the large chunks of spectrum, particularly with 5G, in terms of needing large contiguous bandwidth. This is the ideal in terms of the frequency range that allows this to happen. So in Region 1, obviously, they're looking at the whole of the upper 6 gigahertz band in terms of these whole 700. Across the rest of the world, the sort of top 100 megahertz is under consideration for IMT identification. So this is just a quick overview of the sort of decisions that will be taken at WRC 23. So just sharing a little bit more about low band spectrum in terms of why this is important. Obviously, we know low band is very important everywhere. Sub 1 gigahertz spectrum is very valuable. There are a lot of existing users in this band. In terms of the economics of supporting mobile deployment, this is the ideal spectrum that allows coverage in terms of helping enable the sort of coverage and quality of services to rural communities in particular, but also helping reach sort of deep indoor areas in urban environments as well. So with the potential addition of the 600 megahertz band, particularly as we're looking across in Region 1, this will be important in terms of supporting the additional capacity and for sort of rural coverage. So we see potentially if there is additional 600 megahertz being harmonized and released, we could potentially add 50% to the existing sub 1 gigahertz resource, and that will be very valuable in terms of providing the additional capacity and quality of services in these rural regions and helping broaden the reach of 5G services everywhere. So that's very important. We know obviously that broadband is a massive economic enabler, and this will help improve and increase the ability of mobile services to reduce poverty, improve access to education, employment opportunities, and also potentially helping reducing the sort of carbon footprint in terms of lowering carbon emissions, allowing operators to cover wider areas with lower number of base stations, particularly in the rural regions. So that's important in terms of affordability of services as well. So that's on low band. So thinking about sort of mid band, which is the key sort of range that is under discussion in WRC. Luis has already mentioned the 2 gigahertz that we have sort of studied in terms of the mid-band spectrum needs by 2030. This is on average in terms of looking across the number of countries that we've studied. Now, the challenge with a lot of countries in Region 3, Asia Pacific, is that currently a lot of countries don't even have access to the current allocations of 1150 megahertz, because there are sort of constraints in terms of how much 3.5 gigahertz range can be released. So in India, I think it's around 300 megahertz. So in other parts, say in developing Asia, we see in Southeast Asia, some countries only have access to 200 megahertz. That means there is a need to continue to look at, where we can find the resource for mid-band spectrum to try and move towards this 2 gigahertz target by 2030. And that's where we see 6 gigahertz playing a crucial role. And that's in terms of being able to support the sort of high quality 5G services that we talked about as demand ramps up over the rest of this decade. So again, I don't need to sort of repeat this, but there is sort of significant economic impacts that we will expect that 5G will deliver, particularly in the mid-band spectrum range by the end of this decade. And Luis has already mentioned close to 1 trillion annually by the end of this decade. In India, we expect that to ramp up very rapidly as well. So the economic returns and how it contributes to the economy will be at its peak by 2030. So we need to make sure that come that by 2030, we have the sufficient resources to enable that to happen. Now, if we don't, and the current number of amount of spectrum in the mid-band remains at the current level as it is, then we could potentially lose up to 40% of these benefits. So, which is why it's very important to continue to look for more spectrum in the mid-band over the next few years. So less spectrum means, lower speeds, and lower speeds means potentially more expensive networks if operators have to continue to meet consumer demand in terms of rolling out, more base stations to support that traffic. But this also has a knock-on effect in terms of, potentially higher prices, and that would have an impact on how much 5G take-up is and what sort of benefits it delivers. So it's very important to make sure that in order to meet the requirements of 5G by 2030, we really need to sort of take positive steps to identify more spectrum at this WRC. So I think I will conclude with some of the key messages that we're looking for in terms of the mobile priorities, mobile industry priorities at WRC 23. One is about low band. Low band will help enhance digital equality in terms of giving higher quality of services and to rural communities. This will help, digital inclusion and also expansion of 5G in rural communities. So that's very important. I understand that India have already taken steps to make use of and adopt the APT 600 band plan, and that's a very important step. So looking at what happens in Region 1 and also Region 2 as well in terms of developments around low band spectrum will be sort of important, and this will help potentially grow the ecosystem in this frequency range. So that's a very important goal that we aspire towards. Harmonization is the other important sort of priority for the mobile industry, and that's in the 3.5 gigahertz range, where we support obviously the identification of bands in 3.3 to 3.4 and also across 3.6 to 3.8 in regions 1 and regions 2. And that would sort of enable a greater harmonization across the global ecosystem, and the whole world will stand to benefit in terms of more affordable services, devices, and ecosystem within this range. And last but not least, 5G expansion, and that's key, and that's where we are thinking about the need for 6 gigahertz spectrum, and 6 gigahertz means the 6.4 to 7.125. The whole of the upper 6 gigahertz range is very important in that regard. We believe that, based on the studies that we've seen going into the ITU 5D process, the ITUR process, there is sufficient margin in terms of coexistence with satellite users, which means that 5G IMT and satellite users in the band can coexist. That means that we're able to, deploy 5G based on the realistic assumptions in terms of how 5G is meant to be deployed within this range. So that means that countries need to think very carefully going into this WRC in terms of what they need to do in the whole of the upper 6, even though within region 3 itself, we're only looking at the top 100 megahertz within the scope of WRC. But there will be the opportunity come the WRC process for region 3 countries to identify this band as part of the footnotes. So that option will provide the pathway towards, harmonization of the upper 6 gigahertz within region 3 as well. So I think that's important, and that will ultimately help us in terms of providing the sufficient capacity for 5G growth in the rest of this decade. So last but not least, I think we also need to think about looking beyond 5G, because WRC 23 gives us the opportunity to sort of start thinking about what happens in the future WRC 27. So we believe that, WRC 23 is also key in this respect in terms of helping set out the search for the 6G pathway. So as we set up the scope for WRC 27. So we need to have the vision and the framework to guide the way, and that's sort of under discussion at the ITU level. But we also understand that, we need to be realistic. But I'd like to just share with you some of the sort of key facts and sort of home truths that we need to sort of think about as we start, working towards thinking about 6G and what happens beyond 5G. So there are a few facts which are sort of undeniable. We all like data in the sense that we've seen data traffic continue to grow rapidly in the last 2 to 3 years. We have seen mobile data traffic double, and this continues to be the case, as I mentioned earlier, with the 5G adoption. So we've seen 5G being the fastest growing generation. As we move towards 6G, having the industry vision that helps clarify in terms of what we want to achieve with 6G. So it's important to start thinking about the spectrum needs for 6G alongside use cases and business model. These will come hand in hand. We cannot, start thinking about one without start thinking about the other. So it's very important that we sort of think about spectrum as we think about the use cases. This will help sort of fulfill the vision and the framework that we want for 6G. We know that this won't be easy because in terms of the sort of existing users, a lot of the spectrum bands that we are talking about is occupied by a number of incumbent users. But we know that harmonization is very important and it's always a priority. So we will find challenges in every band, regardless of where we look. But it's important to make sure that we sort of keep an open mind, particularly right now, and sort of think about what sort of solutions will work best as we sort of move forward towards WRC 27. So as the mobile industry, we believe 7 to 15 gigahertz range that provides, the potential range for which to start thinking about 6G launchpad. Because if we need to sort of start thinking about 6G users in terms of making sure 6G is available to everyone, we need to start thinking about sort of as low frequencies as possible, because as we know, lower frequencies will be ideal. But because 6G will continue to need even larger bandwidths, then we believe 7 to 15 gigahertz is the right sort of range to start thinking about potential solutions. We need to be honest with ourselves as well in terms of, what solutions will be optimal in terms of potential sharing and how this could work. But I think we're only at the very start of this process. So we need to be sort of, we need to talk to each other in terms of understanding the needs of the various incumbents that are there. And they also need to sort of listen to us and hopefully understand what the needs for future mobile is beyond 5G. So I think it's very important to start that conversation right now and make sure that, we take that through the WRC 27 process. So I think with that, I conclude my sort of presentation and my speech today. And I'd just like to remind everyone again in terms of what we want to achieve out of WRC 23. This is really about making sure that, we take the right decisions at WRC 23 to ensure that, the 5G era continues to grow. It has the space to grow, and spectrum is obviously key to meeting this demand as we move towards the rest of this decade. So only with additional spectrum resources in the low and mid band can we allow and ensure that 5G users can enable the benefits of billions and continue to serve the benefits of billions of people that live on the planet today. So with that, thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vaishan Chen sir, for wonderful presentation. And you talked about requirement of low band, particularly in 470 to 694 megahertz. And you gave a term of digital equality. That is very right, that with low spectrum, we can cover remote and rural areas. And nowadays, even MMTC machine type communications, for that also we require lower band so that it reaches far away places, sensors and all. And you talked about harmonization of mid-band, particularly in 3.3 and 3.8 gigahertz band. And you also echoed the same requirement of about 2 gigahertz bandwidth in mid-band so that our 5G can expand. And that you talked about expansion in 6 gigahertz band, which is from 6.4 to 5 goes up to 7.1 to 5 gigahertz. And you also talked about WRC 27 and requirement of spectrum for 6G. Particularly, you talked about 7 to 15 megahertz band. How much spectrum will be able to make it work for upcoming 6G technology? So thank you so much, Mr. Chen, for wonderful presentations. I also request that in case there are any question in the chat box, please answer there so that we proceed and have the next upcoming session. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you very much.
So, thank you. So next we have session by Joint Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecom, Madam Revati. And the topic is WRC 23 strategy for India. So ma'am, over to you. Please share your screen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try to share.
Yeah. Or I can share for you and you can go ahead.
I'm sharing. I'm trying to share.
Okay. So there is a share tray and you can choose.
Yeah, I'm doing it, but I think some issue here. Not able to do that. Share content. Go to window. Entire screen. Able to see now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you run your PPT?
Are you able to see now?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in a full screen mode.
Yeah, just select the slideshow, ma'am. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
It's coming, no? You're able to see.
Yeah. Please go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
It's very good afternoon. And today's my session is on the WRC 23 strategy for India. I'll take you to, let us start road to WRC. Where are we now? What is the WRC process? If you start this WRC 19, that agenda is set in WRC 19, that is 2019. Then immediately after WRC 19, we have a CPM meeting, CPM 23-1. They assign these WRC agenda items to concerned responsible IT or study groups. There are some responsible groups and there are some contributing groups on all these agenda items. Responsible group is, that is their responsibility to complete the studies before this WRC 23. And contributory group is, most of the agenda items will need input from other groups. Like IMT, they need information from the satellite groups, radio astronomy. Similarly, satellite agenda items, they need input from various existing other contributory working parties or study groups. So that work has started. CPM 23-1 started immediately after WRC 19, that is after the 25-26 November 2019. Then CPM has decided the chapters. CPM report is having 5 chapters that I'll come to next There are 5 chapters, each covering different WRC agenda items. Then the various meetings started parallelly, ITR meetings, study groups, working parties, task groups responsible for these agenda items. The work has started for almost 4 years, and they have contributed to CPM 23-2 meeting. The draft CPM text, draft CPM report has been prepared by November 2022. Then that has gone as an input to CPM meeting, CPM 23-2, that happened recently in the March, end of March and April of this year. And now CPM has come out with a CPM final report, which is going as an input to WRC 23, which is going to be happening in Dubai, United Arab Emirates from 20th November to 15th December. This is at ITU level. When you come regional preparations level, you know, there are 6 regions, and India, we are in the APT region, and in the APT region we have a separate group that is called APT preparatory group for WRC, that is called APG. So far we had 5 meetings, and whenever, even for that CPM 23-2, before that we had a APG 23 5th meeting, and India also has contributed on all these agenda items. And then APG went with some common inputs, some preliminary inputs to this CPM 23. Then once now we are here, that is at CPM 23 is over, and there is one APG meeting, that is the final meeting before WRC. This is going to happen in 14th to 19th August at Australia, Brisbane. And this meeting is very crucial because this is the place where APT will go to WRC with the common ACP, common proposals of APT. So by August first week, we will be giving India's views to this APG meeting. And your common views at regional level carries a weight when we go to WRC. Similar to this APG, there is a CEPT meetings, there is CETL meetings, there is RCC meetings, there is R2, like different regions, they are also parallelly working. This is at the regional level. When you come to national level, that is national preparations, Mr. Wireless Advisor also just touched upon it during his keynote speaking. The national preparations, immediately after this WRC 19, we have constituted a national preparatory committee here. That is chaired by Wireless Advisor, and similar to this CPM chapters. CPM we have 5 chapters. Each chapter has been looked after by one working group here. There are 5 working groups assigned to each of the chapters, and working groups are chaired by each working group chair, and there are stakeholders. And parallelly, this NPC and these working groups are parallelly conducting the meetings. Now, just before going to this APG, we had a meetings, and with the stakeholder deliberations, these working groups come up with their proposals that goes to NPC. Then NPC calls for again national level meeting. Then NPC outcome as a contributions to the consent meetings. Similarly, before CPM 23-2, we had our meetings, and we went with some contributions to CPM 23-2. Now, subsequently, after CPM 23 second meeting, this working group started conducting meetings. I am also chair of one of the working group. My meeting I have completed. Other working groups are doing still. Once they come out with their reports, that will go as an input to this NPC meeting. NPC is planning somewhere mid of this month. So that then it will be further deliberated, and with the approval of Secretary or Honorable MOC, our contributions again will go to APG. This is the process, and this is the place we are here. You see, it is a period of 4 years, but actual momentum starts from 2021-22 onwards. Now we are in the high-speed train. We are moving now. We are here, and we are almost having so many subcommittees looking into it. Working groups are working on it, and we are now actually WRC fever started. I'll go to the next slide. And if you see in the nutshell, what are the WRC 2023 agenda items? This is the first leftmost corner. This is the chapter 1, which talks about all land mobile services. And the chapter 2, you can see that all important 1.1, 1.2 agenda items. 1.1, you know, my previous speaker was also covering. That is 4800 to 4900 megahertz frequency band for IMT with certain these things. And 1.2 is a typical this IMT identification, and 1.3 also this thing. 1.4 is HIPS. 1.5 is a regional one, 470 to 960 megahertz for IMT. Then chapter talks about this 1.6, 1.7, 8, 9, 11, and 12. These are basically aeronautical and maritime issues. And chapter 3 is related to science services. They are related to remote sensing, what is it? ESS passive services, weather sensors, like that. The spacebound radar sounders. They are up to 1.12, 1.13, 1.14. Then another heavy topic is the satellite issues. This is chapter 4. Chapter 4, we have 1.15 agenda item. That is the aeronautical eSIMs and maritime eSIMs in the planned KU band, and 1.16, that is eSIMs in the NGSO band. Then 1.17 inter-satellite links, 1.18, that is narrowband MSS, 1.19 is a KIFSS. Then we have a satellite, these are around 19 agenda items. Other than that, we have satellite regulatory issues under agenda item 7. We have around 10 to 11. They are also equally important for India. Being a spacefaring nation, we have a more stake even in the satellite usages and applications. These are 4 chapters. The 5th chapter is about the other agenda items, like agenda item 2. There are standing agenda items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. 10 is very important. 10 is the agenda item, future agenda item for WRC 27. My previous speaker was referring to the frequency bands for 6G, that is IMT 2030 and beyond. This is the where this agenda item 10, India also has contributed. I'll come to that when we go to the next slide. Then we'll see. Now you have seen we have moved up to CPM. Now CPM report is finalized and people started working on the CPM report, and the CPM report is almost 1,000 pages. There are so many options, there are so many views. And the last CPM meeting, if we see, most discussed agenda items. There are so many agenda items, but most discussed agenda items at the CPM were, which are of relevant to India, we try to capture. Their agenda item 1.2. It is quite obvious. Even today we are talking about that only, IMT identification. And another agenda item is 1.4. That is a HIPS, high altitude platform stations as IMT base station in the already identified IMT frequency bands below 2.7 gigahertz. Then another important, equally important is agenda item 1.8, that is FSS for fixed satellite service networks by control and non-payload communication of unmanned aircraft systems. It's like one sort of drone also. It is a UAS. Another agenda item of relevant to India is 1.11 and issue C, that is introduction of additional satellite system into the GMTSS. That satellite system is BEDU, which is operating in the L band. Another agenda item is 1.15, that is eSIM. In India, we call it as IFMC, in maritime connectivity. eSIM communicating with GSO satellites in the AP30, that is a planned band. I'll come to that. What is that planned band? Then agenda item 1.16, same eSIM communicating with non-GSO systems. 1.17, inter-satellite links. 1.18, this mobile, for future narrowband mobile satellite systems. Under agenda item 7, equally important, but there are 4 items. One is tolerances for certain orbital characteristics of non-GSO space stations. Topic B is non-GSO bringing into use post-milestone procedure. Topic H is something, equivalent protection margin of the planned bands. And topic J is modification to resolution 76. So majority of the discussion went on this agenda item 1.2. The rooms were very, very full. People were discussing. This agenda item is identification in the frequency bands 3.3 to 3.4, 3.6 to 3.8, 6.425 to 7025, all these bands. If you see this band, only globally 7025 to 7125. India has already supported it. There is no issue in this band. The other bands, what is the situation, what is India's stand. We'll go through it in detail. And if you see, probably today's webinar, we are more focusing on these items, like fixed mobile and broadcasting issues. They are starting from, I have taken on the frequency scale. If you see, agenda item 1.5, it is not related to our region. It is for region 1, that is Europe and Africa. That is 470 to 960 megahertz. They wanted to identify it for mobile and IMT. India, we have no issue. It is already identified for IMT, mobile, and certain portion of it, even it is identified for IMT also. Certain portion of it we have already declared and we have put for optionals. This is, and we are interested in this band because once it is a global harmonized, it is good for all of us, whoever identified for IMT. But major challenge in this band is in the Europe, they have a GE06 plan, GE06 plan, they call it as. That is terrestrial broadcasting is operating in this band. So there is a lot of resistance, there is a lot of discussion going on this band. India, either fortunately or unfortunately, we don't have much of terrestrial broadcasting. We are depending more on satellite-based broadcasting, that is TVRO. That's where I'll come here. When we speak of 3.6, 3.8, and when we speak of 6425 to 7025, this band is very critical for us because our entire TV broadcasting is depending on this band in India, unlike other countries. Other countries, they have a terrestrial broadcasting. They depend on this. That's why there is a lot of discussion going on, whether how to protect and how it will be done and all. That is agenda item 1.5. Come to agenda item 1.4. Agenda item 1.4, I already told it is HIPS, that is IMT base station and the high altitude platform. You all know HAPS is at a range of 20 kilometers from the ground. So this agenda item for all the IMT bands, that is 694, 960, 117, 10 to 1980, 2010 to 2025, 2110 to 2170, 2500 to 2690. So the studies are going on, and we are okay with up to this band, up to 2170, because it is already identified for IMT. Wherever IMT is there, we are okay with the studies, and we will be exploring the PFD limits and all, how to protect adjacent bands and some other services within the band. But we are opposing this particular band, 2500 to 2690, because we have MSS operations here, S-band MSS operations and NAVIC operations. So once it comes in the IMT at such a high altitude platform, we don't want to disturb our existing satellite services in this band. Then comes to agenda item 1.2 and 1.3. If you see 1.2, you have so many frequency bands. That is 360 to 3800, different region, and 6425 to 7025. This is region 1. It's not pertains to our region. And 7025 to 7125 is a global. Again, 10 to 10.5 megahertz is again to, I think, region 2 or region 1, something like that. Then agenda item 1.3, again 360 to 3800, another region. And agenda item 1.1 is for all the regions, it is 4.8 to 4.99. Let us focus more on these particular frequency bands. In India, as I already told, 3.670, we have identified for IMT up to 3.670. Beyond 3.670, up to 4.2, we have MSS feeder links and TVRO receivers with VSAT operations. We have some TTC operations as well, and very, very widely used. And now we are exploring the possibility of can we release some more spectrum out of this, or what is our possibility? And we have a strategic applications also in this. And similarly, if you go here, 6425 to 7025, this is the uplink band of the corresponding downlink. Here we have a planned band. The planned band is 4800. Downlink, uplink is 6725 to 7025. And the planned satellite band is very important for us, and we have a strategic usages in that. But anyhow, the studies are going on, whether some operations IMT in this band and satellite uplinks can coexist. Technical studies are going on in the DOT committee. Then this 4800 to 4990 is being used by a government in India, and it is not for IMT, but however, we are exploring the possibility of releasing some spectrum out of this, or whether it can coexist. Those things are also, the committee is looking into it. I'll go to the next slide. So, in the recent CPM meeting, under agenda item 1.2, there is a new development happened. This IP identification of frequency bands is this. This band 6425 to 7025 is not for our region, it is only for region 1. Then in the region 1, UK gave a contribution. They come up with a contribution to allow RLAN in this band. Earlier proposal was IMT. They were the proponent for IMT. Now there is a shift. They were suggesting this for Wi-Fi. RLAN is nothing but Wi-Fi. And China has come up with, China is the region 3. China has come up with this band. They want to go it for IMT. But this was not in the scope of agenda item, so it was opposed, because principally it was opposed. Even India, we have opposed the method because, as I already told, we have a lot of satellites operating in this band. Ground station, there is no issue because it is uplinking, but satellite receivers, being a C-band, wide antenna characteristics, and we have a lot of satellites. Unless we do the study, we were not sure what should be the power mass, ARP and PFD limits, ARP from this IMT base stations. That's the reason India opposed the CPM. We need the studies to be done on this to protect our satellites. But anyhow, finally CPM, the proposal could not be agreed during the CPM meeting. India, this is satellite communication, and we have fixed services also in this band. That fixed service is nothing but point-to-point links. Currently, they are co-shared with the satellite uplinks. And if you see, the lot of discussion and traction is going on this band. This is the upper band, and lower portion is that 5925 to 5925 to 6425. That is lower portion around 500 megahertz. This upper portion around 600 megahertz. Already this 100 megahertz is we are agreeing for IMT. This lower portion and combinedly DOT, interministerial committee in the DOT with the technical experts is studying, like technical studies, whether IMT can coexist with the existing usage scenarios and with what protection limits and all. Committee has not come out with that report, and people are having different diverging opinion regarding the assumptions doing the studies. But we are trying, we are encouraging them to come to a convergence so that we will be in a position to take a call technically in which
अच्छा वो हैंडल रखा है या लगाने के लिए हैंडल? अच्छा अक्षय लगा रहा है मतलब हैंडल अक्षय लगा रहा है.
Adhir sir, your mic is on. Can you mute, sir?
In which band we can go for, whether IMT can coexist with, if can't coexist, can we go for Wi-Fi? If it is Wi-Fi, whether it is low power or very low power, standard power, indoor or outdoor, what is the mechanism? All the options we are exploring. The committee is exploring, and we are hopeful by before going to that APG, we'll have in our hand, like technically what is a feasible solution for this particular band, because lot of effort is going on this particular band now. And in fact, we started working on this band also, 3600 to 3800. The next slide. One more topic has been brought in the last CPM meeting, which is of importance to India. That was protection of broadcasting satellite services in the region 1 and 3 from the high power flux density values stemming from the fixed service in the region 2. in the frequency band 11.7 to 12.2, because we have a lot of DTH operating in this band. So Iran has brought this contribution, because Iran also falls in the region 3. Because of region 2 countries, we are having difficulty. We are not able to use the planned band. But the same issues, the opposition was because it is not the scope of the agenda item 7, and probably region 1 and 3 countries causing interference to region 2 countries. So they have not agreed this particular agenda item. They said you bring it to the next working party meeting. Now we will go to the agenda item 1.2 in detail. Of course, I already explained, but I just try to give in more detail in this. Band 1 is 3.3 to 3.4. This is amend footnote in the region 1. Band 2 is 3.3 to 3.4 in the region 2. 3.6 to 3.8 region 2. And this is the one band 4, 6425 to 7025. And this is region 2 globally. So if you see the incumbent, who are the incumbent services and adjacent bands, include fixed satellite, mobile, radio location, space operations, space research, all services are there. So preliminary view, India support IMT identification, because we have already auctioned the spectrum, so we supported. We wanted this to come in all the regions. In the band 6425 to 7025, lot of deliberations are going on. So we are waiting for our committee to complete the studies, and we will take a view of gives its recommendations. And 7025 to 715, absolutely no issue. Then we have given some contributions also to CPM. Now again, some contributions will be going to APG based on our final deliberations of the working group and NPC. The next one is 1.4, which is more important to us, equally important. This is a HAPS, I already told. We don't have any objections of these up to these bands. We have a difficulty in this S band, because if you see this table, you see here 2483.5 to 2500, which is just adjacent to 2500 IMT band. We have a NAVIC receiver. We have a NAVIC receivers, and we have some of the gateway stations located here. So that's the reason. And we have here S band, MSS and BSS. That is 2500 to 2535 and 2558 to 2635, 2655 to 2690. We have identified IMT only this 20 megahertz here, this 20 megahertz here. So we have a problem to permit HIPs in this particular frequency band. we have in fact, we have not supported, we have opposed this. However, in the last CPM meeting, people could not go up to this band. People were deliberating only in this band because of region 1 GU06. Lot of discussions happens only in this band. They could not conclude. These are the different methods, whatever they are supporting, and most discussions happened due to interest of GE06 countries of that. And anyhow, for the other things also, we will be deciding on which PFD. These are the various methods for this particular band. Even though this entire band, if you see, 1710 to 1885, entire band in India is not for IMT. Certain portion of it is used by other government users. So we have to see this PFD mass, whether we are able to protect other than IMT services in the same band. We are working on it. The concerned working group is working on it, and we have a stakeholder from the defense, DCPW and all the other state government users. But we are taking inputs from them. WPC is working on it, how to protect existing usages, even within the IMT band. If you see any of these bands, completely we have not given to IMT also. We have other strategic users as well. And another important item is agenda item 1.8. That is for use of fixed satellite service networks by control and non-payload communications of unmanned aircraft system. Not payload command, it is for navigational purpose of this unmanned aircraft systems. Sometimes the drone is also part of unmanned aircraft systems. So far, this fixed satellite service links as a safety type of services. So there is a lot of disagreement among this. these unmanned aircraft systems, they will be operating in the segregated airspace, non-segregated, which is controlled by the ICAO, as per the ICAO control. So once it is a safety service, concerned member administrations, member states also have certain responsibilities to ensure interference-free operations of this particular safety services. So lot of discussions are going on, and people are mostly this developing countries are not agreeing to it, and probably this final outcome will not come in the WRC. The responsibility, basically how to segregate various responsibilities. So the views is the responsibility of ITU member states to ensure the safe operation of US shall be defined. ICAO is the civil aviation organization, is responsible for developing standards and recommended practices. Then ITU member states, these are the different views which has been recorded in the CPF report finally. Again, a lot of deliberations will happen in the WRC, and what I see is most likely it's a difficult agenda item to come to a conclusion. Then another important agenda item for India is, that is 1.11 issue C. That is introduction of additional satellite system into GMDSS. This is, we had our presentation also in the DOT very recently, called all the government organizations under the chairmanship of Secretary T. And we were thinking of what is the best course of action we have to take. And we have deliberated, and most likely we'll be going with a no change method for this, because we have a serious issues with this particular system. The system is, because it is operating in this frequency band. Just now I told you 2483.5 to 25GHz. This is also being used by our NAVIC systems, but this system have a higher priority than NAVIC, and they have not yet coordinated this satellite with other US and Europe satellites. So there is two groups, one trying to get this into system, and another, America and Europe, trying to oppose this because of interference issues. And probably we have done a lot of deliberations on it. We also will be taking a stand in this. This is the one. So it's very important to Government of India. We'll be taking a call on this. These are the things you have seen so far: aeronautical and IMT issues, land mobile issues. Now we go to satellite issues. Satellite issues, I told agenda item 1.15, that is eSIM in the GSO in the frequency band. I was telling you, there is a planned band, non-planned band. If you see, this planned band is the approach. That means your orbit and spectrum is reserved for you. Whenever you go, you can put your satellite here. Non-planned approach is, it is first come, first served. So to get an equitable distribution, ITU gives us some rights of one orbital slot with certain frequency, this frequency band, in the KU band. So now people are trying to impinging upon it and try to get eSIM, that is international service, in this planned band. Of course, we have a lot of operations in this band. India is opposing to it. And that's the reason way forward is explicit agreement. We oppose to this particular agenda item. Then we go to agenda item 1.16. That is the same KA bands. These are the different frequency bands of NGSO eSIM. This we are encouraging this because even APG 23.5, we told India supports this, and we'll be deciding which method we'll be supporting. This is the same purpose, Earth station motion, that is in-flight and maritime connectivity, but they are in the non-planned bands using NGSO. We have prima facie, we have no objections, but we'll be working on the PFD limits to protect the GSO systems in the same band. And another agenda item of equal importance to India is, that is inter-satellite links. Now that we have so many satellites, NGSO, even we have a Gaganyaan, and we are interested in this inter-satellite links, and we have supported this band. There are different methods. This band, it's like little highly dry and regulatory. I just show you. We are deciding in band, in cone. It's like inter-satellite agenda item. Because between two satellites, the communication, this NGSO satellites will relate to GSO satellite, so that they will have a wider coverage. And there are two methods. One is within the cone concept. That means both the things are in the same cone of coverage. Other is without the, this is within the phone, this is without the phone, beyond the phone, expanded phone. So India is trying to support this, and further methods we are working on with ISRO, and will be coming up with the method whichever is desirable for India to support. The next is narrowband mobile satellite system spectrum needs. There was not, though it is very good, there was not much progress of this agenda item. Probably this will go as another agenda item. Then comes with agenda item 7, I told satellite regulatory issues. The important issues are non-GSO orbital tolerances. That is when you place the GSO satellite, there is an orbital tolerance of plus or minus 0.5 degrees. Similarly, no such parameter is defined for NGSO. Now we wanted to come out with that. There are different propositions. What should be that? It's a percentage or certain kilometers. We are working on it. It is required actually, and we have taken some stand. Probably we'll be giving some contribution this time. Similarly, post milestone reporting, that is also related to NGSO regulations. This is also important to us, and we are working on it. We'll be giving a contribution. Another agenda item, topic H, enhanced protection of these planned bands. In the planned bands, how to protect the country's rights. We are working on this EPM with certain limits. This is also interesting to us. That's the same one, topic H. Finally, resolution topic J, for development of procedure ensuring the EPFD limits are not exceeded between the NGSO and the GSO satellites. This is also interest to India because we have a lot of GSO satellites. We need to protect them, so we'll be working on it. These are basically the important agenda items. And then I would like to summarize. When we come to this mid-band spectrum, already working group 1 has completed their meeting, and with input, CC will be under chairmanship of wireless advisor. Probably mid of this month, he will be taking a meeting with all the stakeholders, and we will come with some recommendations so that will be taken up to higher level in the DOT. And by July end, we will be able to concretize our views on the various WRC agenda items. We'll be sending to APG. I hope I have covered, and thank you. I'm ready to take any questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for going deep insight into WRC agenda item and also the CPM agenda items. And you also explained the India's views or DOT views on each of the agenda item and where we are in terms of that. And whatever views we have will be taking up to the WRC 23. So thank you so much, ma'am, for covering in depth about all these aspects. So thank you so much. And I request my participants that in case you have any questions, please do write in the chat box. And I request ma'am also that in case there are some question in chat box, you may try to answer there itself, ma'am. And I'll move to the next presentation. So let me welcome Sri Ashish Ji for taking up the next session. The topic for that is spectrum management for private network. Very, very important topic because I mean the 5G has a very, very vast use in the private network. So spectrum management there also has got important role. So over to you, Ashish Ji, for your session.
Yes, so thank you, Ashok Ji. Please confirm when my presentation is up and you are able to see it.
Yes, yes, it's visible. Maybe you can disable the control from top. That will be, yeah, thank you.
Let me just start with the where a member technology madam had left that 5G is so private networks are an integral part of 5G, and So we need to find out the mechanism wherein the spectrum is available for all the stakeholders, not only for while they are made available for enterprise needs, but at the same time, mobile operators or any other user are also having access to the spectrum because the data is increasing, day by day. So there are three methods. There are three approaches which are being followed globally. One is set aside for spectrum, wherein the spectrum is exclusively assigned to for the enterprise needs or for the private networks. Second method that is being used is the sharing of spectrum, wherein several users, which includes the incumbent user as well as the various potential users, can use the spectrum for their private needs. So the spectrum access is divided based on the geography, based on the time, and whether access is available or not. With various conditions. Conditions can be with respect to power or the time. Third and the last, mostly used condition is the license condition, which is mainly through the mobile operators, since mobile operators already having access to the spectrum. So there are some changes that are made in their license condition, which enables the rollout of private networks. And it was happening in case of 4G, but now with 5G coming in, since more use cases are possible for enterprises, so now this is now getting more attention or gaining more attention around the world. We at GSMA, we have done a study wherein we have studied 5 markets: Finland, Germany, India, UK, and US, and to study the various needs for private spectrum for private networks. We have considered all different approaches to reflect various kind of spectrum that can be made available for private networks. In Finland, let's say, so there is operators which hold spectrum exclusively for IMT services, and there is no set aside for private networks, and operators have the flexibility, or their license conditions allows them to roll out private networks for the enterprises. Another one is Germany, wherein the operators have some exclusive spectrum access for IMT. However, some of the spectrum, let's say 100 megahertz, is set aside for private networks as well. In India, based on the recommendations of the regulator, government has already come up with a regulatory framework, enabling framework, wherein spectrum is which is assigned to mobile operators. There are some changes made in their license condition, and which enables them to either provide or lease spectrum for such enterprise needs, or they can also roll out private networks for such enterprises if there is any need. In UK, while there is exclusive spectrum for IMT, however, they have also set aside some of the spectrum for private networks. This spectrum, which is set aside, it is not only for private networks or the enterprise needs, it is on sharing basis. So any other user also which want access to this spectrum can also access it. It is mostly used by small ISPs in the areas or the rural areas which are still not covered, those niche markets. In US, while there is again some spectrum which is exclusively assigned for IMT services, some of the part of this band is also made available on sharing basis for various enterprise needs or the private network needs. So again, this spectrum which is being made available on sharing basis in the US is used by not only incumbent, but also the can be used by mobile operators, and also these enterprises based on its availability, basis geography, or the time. These are some of the insights from these case studies. I will not go into all of these one by one. However, it is clearly seen that wherever there is set aside of spectrum for private networks, the there are inefficiencies and which has led to fragmentation of spectrum and also the high economic cost. Spectrum sharing wherever it is allowed. So it has also not allowed the spectrum to be used efficiently because this kind of technique also doesn't guarantee access to spectrum all the time in all the areas. In markets like Finland, wherein there is no set aside of spectrum or there is no reserve, the spectrum is not reserved for enterprise needs, and it is the license condition of mobile operator which enables the private networks to evolve. So that has been doing a successful outcome, no impact on mobile networks, and the needs of enterprises are also being met. So, and also it is also leading to cooperation between various users of the spectrum like mobile operators and the enterprises. It is one of the example of the spectrum made available for private networks through set aside. In Germany, it was done during the auction in 2019. This is an example of 3500 megahertz band, wherein there was a total of 400 megahertz spectrum, like the case in India. And with 3 operators, government decided to set aside 100 megahertz of the spectrum for various enterprise needs, with an assumption that they still remains with the spectrum, wherein each of the operator can obtain 100 megahertz spectrum in the auction. However, when actual auction happened, the 4th operator joined in, and there was a situation when none of the operator could get access to entire 100 megahertz, which was assumed earlier. And also it led to high prices paid at the auction. And one of the major impact of this kind of approach was that other regulators in other markets also started to copy this without actually examining what efficiency this carve out of spectrum has brought in. Now it is the so this was the report that this was the study that we started last year, and this year we released this report during Mobile World Congress Barcelona in February. As an outcome of the report, which has studied all 3 approaches to spectrum assignment for private network needs, we have found that dedicated set aside or reserving any spectrum for enterprise needs doesn't offer any strong advantage over the other methods, and also it leads to very huge economic cost. This other method, which is spectrum sharing it is also very complex to implement, very difficult to implement, and carry risk on certainty of tenure and access, because users whenever they need the spectrum to be used in certain point of time, they may not get access because some other user might be using it. Now, so that is why we lead to a conclusion that well-designed license conditions are least intrusive and they stimulate cooperation between stakeholders, which is already started happening in around the world in various markets, including India, that we will be discussing later on. So one of the policy best practice, as I mentioned earlier, also Finland has been able to deliver private 5G through licensed terms of the mobile operators. In Finland, mobile operators, when they were assigned spectrum, 5G spectrum in this band, there was a condition that they will have to deploy private networks to meet the specified customer demand, which can be a hospital, port, or any other industrial facility. And if they are not keen on providing any this facility because of any onerous requirement, then they can lease the spectrum to such enterprise or the user so that they can deploy the network itself. So the first thing that they have to deploy the private networks. If they don't want to deploy it for certain reasons, they can lease the spectrum. So this has actually resulted in a lot of increased cooperation between the operators and also such enterprises which need access to spectrum for their private needs. In India also, India also gaining a lot of momentum with respect to the deployment of private networks. Operators are already reaching out to enterprises, understanding their needs, and then some of the private networks have already been deployed by the operators, and others are in discussion. Airtel, Reliance Jio, BSNL, everybody is in this fray to deploy private networks for such enterprises, and leading to more cooperation, not only with enterprises, however, other system integrators or ecosystem players are also getting involved and working along with mobile operators to provide such solutions. This is my final slide, which is the key considerations for government to enable industry verticals. One is that MNOs are very much capable and they are already implementing private solutions for enterprises, and hence there should not be any spectrum which should be carved out for such enterprises, and so these kind of set-asides create risk for mobile spectrum being underused, overpriced, and also harm expansion of 5G services. Since MNOs in India, since MNOs are already allowed to lease the spectrum to private for private networks and also voluntarily share the spectrum with other users, so there is clearly no need to set aside the spectrum in at least in core IMD bands. And if there is any spectrum need by enterprise itself, then there are various unlicensed spectrum bands available wherein they can support the needs for their solutions. So MNOs driven solutions which enhance cooperation between or among all stakeholders in this ecosystem are the preferred approach or preferred way to implement private network solutions, and which are also being preferred now around the globe. That's it from my side, and happy to take any question now or later on.
Thank you so much, Ashish ji, for again a wonderful delivery of session on spectrum management for private networks, particularly important for 5G and beyond. And you explained about various models being followed in different part of the world, and also you told about which model is efficient in use of spectrum and which one is not efficient. And your slide says that India model is kind of a flexible and its impact is yet to be ascertained or known. So thank you so much for such an insight. And let me see if there are any questions. So yeah, so most of the things are there. They are praising kind of the session taken by all the speakers. So thank you so much, Ashish ji, and all our respected eminent speaker from GSMA and from WPC DOT. Thank you so much. Maybe I can open the floor for any question from any of the speakers. In case you have any question, you can type in the chat box, or you can raise your hand and I can enable your mic. So maybe let us give a few minutes for people to either ask question or raise hand. Yeah, there is a raised hand by our one DG NTI PRIT, Raju Sinha sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Ashok. Thank you to Revati ma'am and all speakers for deep insight into it. A question to Varunji about the examples focusing on slide number 8. Means in India, you have talked about the spectrum part of it, but what are the challenges, like few examples, which operator faces and the private network users are facing with operators who is going to provide a spectrum to them? or some example from outside India, where it, where it has kicked off most the deployment of private network, and what are the challenges in India there?
Ashish ji, this question was for you in case you would like to answer. Your mic is mute, sir. Yeah.
Yes, Sinha ji. So, if I may ask you to repeat the question because there was some technical glitch. So my internet was off for some time.
Yeah. My question was simple. Going to your slide number 8, where you have shown some example of deployment of private network. So 2 questions shortly, where it has kicked off most about the deployment of private network, and what are the challenges in India from both the sides, from operator side as well as from user who want to deploy the network. So these are the two questions besides the spectrum.
Yes, sir. So yes, so from a user perspective, the enterprises, when you say it, so they want access to spectrum. However, sometimes they fail to understand that it is the operator which has access to variety of spectrum, and when they start to deploy any use case for them, they mostly find out that the spectrum they have obtained is not sufficient, and they now want to have access to more spectrum, or spectrum in other bands or in different frequency ranges. So it is the operator which has that technical know-how, all those capabilities. They are doing it for so many years. They understand the needs of their customers, and that is why, and they have the access to a variety of spectrum. They have low band spectrum, mid band spectrum, high band spectrum, right? So it is very easy for them to deploy or understand the need of the customer and then deploy or customize the solution for them. So enterprise, and second issue is that the basic infrastructure that is required is not only the spectrum or the digital, that you start to deploy any solution using a spectrum. You need to have basic infrastructure to support that private network. So these are some basic challenges from the point of view of user, and also the benefits if they approach MNO or the MNO based solution, why MNO based solutions are preferred. Now, since India definitely is gaining momentum, some of the private networks have already been deployed by these MNOs as soon as they have received the spectrum. It is only 7 to 8 months that they have received this spectrum. Already 2 or 3 private networks are being deployed, and other are in talk. So it is not operators themselves are taking care of the requirements of enterprises, and this is I would say that this is their area, and they should be allowed to actually provide solutions for enterprises rather than enterprises getting into taking a spectrum directly and then try to deploy the solution.
In which country it has kicked off most?
It is Finland, because yes, they made the spectrum available in 2019, and first private network, 5G private network, was deployed in Finland itself in year 2021. And so while it is difficult, that which country has most of the private networks, however, Finland was one of the countries which was first mover because of the enabling framework and also the license conditions which actually allowed operators to deploy private network. And first private network was also deployed in Finland in 2021 based on 5G.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashish ji, for answering these questions. There are a few questions in the chat box. One question is for Revati ma'am. So the question is from Dr. Balaji V. So he has thanked Revati ma'am for nice presentation. And his question is that what are the challenges for adopting cognitive radio in spectrum management He says that CR is well-researched topic in past 2 decades. What really stops implementation? So, Revati ma'am, in case you want to answer, or maybe any other speaker if they want to pick up this and try answer.
I will answer.
Yeah.
It's a good question, and again, thanks for thanking me. Cognitive radio. Yes, it was there. It gained the momentum when people were talking of white space, TV white spaces. Then slowly TV white spaces have gone and the spectrum was given to IMT. We have reformed and given to IMT. Cognitive radio is basically will be using multiple sharing of the spectrum with the different levels. Like US is doing that CBR system. And a committee has been constituted in the DOT with our secretary's direction. We have done a lot of work on it with the industry members also. And finally, what are the bands where we can deploy? Then we are open to it for that cognitive radio. But where are the use cases? We are actually exploring that. Where are the use cases, even in the worldwide now?
Thank you, ma'am. And there are many queries. People are asking for a copy of the PPT, so that we will collect from all the speakers and try to share. So I would request all of you that I have floated a feedback form where I am also asking your email ID. So in case you fill it up, it will be easy for us to email you the copy of PPT, which will be receiving from our esteemed speakers. There is one India specific question in the chat box. I'll try and read out. That is from Mr. GN Suresh. So his question is that which spectrum band Indian operators are using for 5G? He has a second question also. When FR2 band will be kind of enabled by these operators in India? So any of you, if you want to pick it up and try answer this.
Which network provider you are using? Which 5G bands operator can answer? Because what I can say now, that may not say him, because now technology agnostic, whatever the frequency bands we are optioning, anybody can use anything. But if you really see, they go for greenfield bands. 3.3 they are using, and probably they are using 700 megahertz and some millimeter wave band. That much I can say. And this FR2 bands in India, what is that FR2 band?
That is
the numbers.
That is, they are talking
Looks
about
like millimeter wave band beyond 24 years.
26 gigahertz.
Beyond 24, higher bands.
No, that's okay. We are doing it. We have auctioned 24.25 to 27.5. We sold it, and now TRAI has come up with that the flexible use from 27.5 to 28.5, and beyond 28.5 to 31. Almost it is satellite is there. Now satellite consultation paper has come out. No? So we are into it. And higher bands, probably yes, we are also going to send a reference. Even
thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. And let me just add to it that both the operator Airtel and Jio are using mid-band, that is N78, which they have acquired through the auction in their 5G rollout in a very extensive way. Reliance Jio is also using 700 megahertz along with 3.5 gigahertz. So most of the rollout by Reliance uses 700 and also 3.5 gigahertz. So, and Vodafone, we are not aware, but they have, wherever they have acquired mostly 3.5 gigahertz. So whenever they start rolling out, perhaps they'll be using mid-band. Ashish ji, if you want to add anything on this.
Just the same thing, sir, but with different words. Maybe Revati madam has also explained it very well. So there is no, 5G band per se, because the spectrum is now technology neutral. So this is what Revati madam also emphasized. However, the bands which are being used for 5G in India as of now are 3.5 gigahertz, 700 megahertz, and also 26 gigahertz band. And definitely there are plans. TRE has also come up with a consultation paper, and DOT is also working out more spectrum bands to be made available for IMT, which will probably be used for 5G and beyond.
Thank you, Ashish ji. One new question has come from CIVIT. CIVIT is part of IIT Madras, all of us know. that what is India's view on Intelligent Transport System ITS band? It's an important question. It looks like Revati ma'am.
Which band can they specify? ITS band. Because in this WRC agenda item, there is no ITS band. It was there in the last WRC agenda item. And there was no consensus. There was no consensus. People go with the different vehicle to V2X and all different bands. And it has come with only report. And the WRC, once it comes in one WRC, that next WRC, that doesn't come same agenda item. Probably it might come in WRC 27 again.
Okay. So maybe if he has any supplementary question, he can write. So he has written it is 5.9 gigahertz. 5.9 gigahertz is the band where intelligent transport systems are built. So do we have any views, India views on that? That's the question.
See, that WRC is not looking into it, but we have, I think, mentioned about that for ITS in our NFAP 2022.
Okay. Right. Thank you, ma'am. So I think there is no more questions, and also there is no raised hand as of now. Okay, one more question has come. So let's take this last question. What is the status of interference in S-band from Russia as brought out by India in WRC 19?
Yeah. Who is raising that question?
So he is Mr. Pranav Mohatra. Maybe if you can, Pranavji, if you can write your organization, so that will give us a good idea. So he's Mr. Pranav.
It's okay. I think I'll answer that. It's not the Russia. It's the neighboring countries, including Iran and that's going on. But we didn't get much support from the international community because that band is most of the countries are using for IMT, except Japan and like India. Their MSS operates in the L band. Unfortunately, India, we don't have any L-band spectrum for MSS. We have to depend on only this S-band spectrum for our MSS. So we are still experiencing interference, but not much progress in IT.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. So I think before I hand it over to Adhir sir, may I request Raju Sinha sir for concluding remark? We are a few minutes late, sir, but it's worth listening to you, sir. Sir, आपका mic off है.
Afternoon time has passed very quickly. It was so interesting throughout. With technicality was there, but it was very comprehensive and easily understood by our participants. I'm happy to see that the external joining are from various sectors, including TRI and industry also, and so some. And they have gone through the issues. So NDIPRIT and Ashok and team effort has resulted into good interactions, and hopefully speakers have also enjoyed throughout the session. So I'm thankful to all, and we can go ahead, Ashok.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Just to mention to everyone that we had registration even from Tokyo and New York. So when I saw the list, so some sort of international participations were also there. So with this, may I invite and request Adhir Singhal, DDG Training Management, for a formal vote of thanks to everyone involved. Sir, are you around?
Yeah, Ashok, yeah, I'm there. So thank you so much, Ashok. It's my immense pleasure to be part of this particular seminar and deliver the vote of thanks. The webinar on spectrum management, spectrum, when we talk, it is something which we think is naturally available, but for our use, it is not in abundance. And that's why this seminar has got a lot of relevance. It says that how to optimize, how to best utilize this critical resource for the communication. I'll take this opportunity to first of all thank Madam Gunjan Dave, Member Technology, DCC. She was kind enough to be part of this particular seminar and now inaugurated. Madam has just joined as member T, and she gave us time to inaugurate. Thank you so much, madam. My thanks to Mr. Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC, for his insightful presence and delivery of the session in this seminar. My special thanks goes to all the speakers from GSMA and WPC. I must say that those sessions were very, very good. And even the persons who are not well versed in the spectrum like me were able to understand it. Thank you so much for delivering these sessions. My thanks to our DG, Sri Raju Sinha sir, who always guides from the front and takes special interest to find out that what best we can deliver in these webinars. My thanks to Mr. Ashok Kumar and his team. Ashok, this was a special seminar. Getting so learned speakers from all around the globe is not that easy, and you were able to do it. Thank you so much for driving this webinar. And lastly, my special thanks to all participants, which just now Ashok told that they are global presence in this webinar also. Thank you so much for joining and making this webinar a lot of interactive, with a lot of interesting and important questions. Thank you so much, all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. And with permission of chair, we will close the session today, close the webinar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Special
Ashok.
thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.